Alright, sharing out the stream. We'll get started here soon. I'm excited for this one. Hey, what's up? Thanks for joining. What's up, Nick? What's up, John? See you in the chat. I feel good about this stream because now we have everything set up so that we can start working on this while people are playing it, and we'll see how that works out, but I think it'll be cool. I mean, that was my original intention. I hope it works, but we'll see. Yeah, I feel good about the stream because now we have everything set up so that we can start working on this. I got a bit of an echo from your side, John, by the way. And that was my original intention. Hope it works. I got a bit of an echo from your side, John. All right. I'm gonna share out to a couple more places and then we'll get started here. Okay. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go ahead and get started. Alright. So I've made it so that you should be able to just log in straight up without having to actually make an account. It's one of the requirements for the game jam. Which is a funny story. I didn't know about the game jam until after I started doing a game jam. I had the idea of making this just as a fun challenge for myself, and then I found out later that there was a game jam going on for vibe coding. So I probably saw it subconsciously, didn't register consciously that I had read it. Maybe that must have been what happened. I don't know. Pretty funny though. So yeah, I've got technically only got like a few days left on the competition. Thought I might as well get some stuff done on it and submit it. I think should be enough time for me to get everything I wanted to get done, but definitely can't mess around at all. So alright, so we were trying to make it so that you can save your player data without being signed in. So the way that has approached this, the way that Cursor, Claude Agent and Cursor has approached this is create a temp player data table inside of Supabase, and then remove the auth requirements. The main page should go straight into the game now, and we generate a unique session ID for non-authenticated players. So that should save position, inventory, and other stuff in that table. And then I also wanted to allow people to change their display name inside of their settings. Even if they don't have an account, they should be able to change the display name. So we'll see if that part works. I think we can test that right now. So let's try that. Yeah. Let me get my windows in view over here. Should be fine. And then we've got this version of it running over here. So we'll put that right there. Looks fine. Okay. So now if we go, I've also redirected it so that you go to Miniscape, it should take you to the dev version of the game since we're not done yet. So, you know what I forgot to do? It should save automatically, but it should probably just reload everything, because we did make some crazy changes. So I'm gonna just completely reload everything. I'm gonna type in, let me see, what was the process I had going? I changed this up on all my different deployments, so I'm gonna have to remember how I do this. Okay, so I think it's gonna be PM2 restart all, probably. And we should probably do a build of both of them inside of, let's change directories to where we're hosting this. Oh, that was a rookie mistake. I just typed in the wrong website. It's another one of my websites. Okay, so let's do, I think it's under miniscape.io. I meant to do this. What's it called? Oh, we just called it Miniscape. Okay, so now that we're in there, let's clear that so we can see what we're working with. Whoops. Let's try that again. So now we can change, we've got this repo set up to have a back end and a front end in a separate directory. It's just how I like to do things. Let's see, what did we make last time as far as scripts go? I think we could ignore those for now. I believe start dev though might help us out. Let's see what's in there, I don't remember. So start dev, what it does is, oh, it's a super long script. It checks if the environment variables are there. If not, it creates them. It checks if PM2 is installed. It checks Nginx. Sets up the host, bulk links, installs dependencies. I think that's what we want. I'm just worried that some of these watch commands are not the right thing. I think no. I'm not sure that I want to watch it. I'd rather not, actually. I think I'd rather rely on the hot reload that's built in. So let's try something else. Let's just leave it, do PM2 restart all. I'll just go back to /backend and build it myself. It's fine. And then go to front end, do the same thing. I believe, well, this might fail. I've never tried building this actually. Since I made changes, I mean. It might fail, it doesn't really matter if it does or not. Yeah, no worries. What we're gonna do is PM2 restart all, and that should just restart the backend, the dev backend and front end, which is what we want. And then I can do PM2 logs, check what's going on under the hood. Okay. I see an error, no authentication token provided for this socket. So let's see what happens with that. Need to have a quick way to open these. I think I'm just gonna make it so that these are a little longer. Oops. Nope, not that way. Nah, we can just alt tab or something. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I was just playing around with taskbar settings so it didn't get in my way. But, whatever. I think it's gonna be fine where it's at. Alright. So we should be able to quickly swap between these. So if we go to miniscape.io, what happens? We should theoretically not go to auth ever. So that might be a problem. Let's see what happens if I just go straight to miniscape.io, and let's make sure we are clearing. Let's try this in 2 different browsers as well. Redirecting to login. Okay, so we want to address the socket connection not getting a token. Let's figure that out. Okay, no token provided. Hey, what's up? My brother is in the chat. Right now we're trying to make it so that you don't need to have an account to play. You should just be able to like go to the website and start playing it instantly. So that's what I'm working on, by the way. Alright, here we go. Let's go into this one. And we will let it know that this is happening. Let's see, in the logs in the back end, we get this. So let's throw that in there. Let's see. We are still being sent to login auth. Let's do that. I think I like this configuration best. Like, have the windows down here so I can quickly swap to them. Yeah, I like that better. And then I can swap back to cursor pretty easily too. Okay. Yep. Alright. I like my setup now. We are still being sent to auth. Let's see, where do we get redirected to? Let's watch this. Redirecting to login. Okay, I guess we're not technically being redirected to login, but it shows that. Hey, what's up? I'm streaming.
Are you gonna play Fort or are you coding?
I'm streaming. You're live right now.
Oh.
Say hi to the camera.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Alright, let's see. So
Are you coding?
yeah, well technically I'm building a game without writing code myself. I'm just telling AI coding agent how to build it. Okay, let's see. So we're not redirecting at all.
Greetings.
What's up? You are.
I'm playing out this game of free for all on Modern Warfare.
Alright, so. Oh, welcome back, John. You got my brother
Yeah,
and
can you
John.
stream in, hey, what's up?
What's up, dude? Yeah, not much to say. I'm just spectating.
Can
What was-
you also stream in Discord so I can
Yeah,
meet?
for sure.
Because I'm like listening to you in Discord,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
then the stream's a little bit slower.
It's a lot easier, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to be like 30 seconds off. 100% do not recommend that.
Uh, yeah, I was gonna put in the chat earlier, but what are you what's your setup like for hosting for people that might be watching that um I've not done that before. So you've got it on a Linux server, right?
Oh, right, yeah. So I'm using a VPS on, I think it's Hostinger is the platform I use, or I use a ton of them, but this is the one I'm using for this one, and it's I like to just use Ubuntu, because it has the most, it's the simplest for my small brain, and I hate working with Linux commands, so it's nice to be able to benefit from all the training data that LLMs have been trained on when it comes to Ubuntu, since it's the most popular distribution of Linux. So I just go in there and have it do all the Linux work for me. I mean, I know how to do this stuff, but it's really not my cup of tea. You know, and we're vibe coding, so we might as well vibe command line as well. It's actually,
Yeah.
I've been testing it now with doing stuff on the Linux machine for me, and it's been doing really well. Like, I haven't really needed to type too many commands, you know? I love that you
Nice.
can, like, hit Control K and just like tell it what command you want to run, like what you want to do, and then it just generates the command for you. It's been really helpful for me whenever I'm trying to do, like, ad hoc database queries for either Mongo or for Postgres kind of stuff.
You can do Control K in the cursor terminal?
Yeah, you didn't know this? It's super nice. It's super nice. Okay, so
Oh, shit.
yeah, if you go in here, we open a new terminal on my Linux machine right now. Since I'm remotely, I'm open cursor on my Linux machine as an SSH, so I can develop on it because I hate developing on Windows. So we're just going straight through Linux via SSH. And now if I open up a terminal here, I can see that I can type in commands, but you can hit Command K or Control K, and you can type what you want to do. So I could say like, list the contents of the current directory or something. I mean, what the command I just did, and then it will type it in for you, convert that into a command. You can do really crazy commands with it. So it's way better.
Wow.
It's way better than having to come up with like let's see, grep the readme.md for the string hello. You know, it's like now, I mean, even if you didn't know what grep was, like that's just for searching for strings inside of a
Right.
file. Like even if you didn't know that, you could say like um find all the occurrences of let's say miniscape in the readme.md and give me the lines, the entire line of the, you know, occurrence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something like that. Like we do
That's
something really complicated like that, where it's complicated if you don't know that you can do grep-l. I don't know. I think it's actually just looking for files that have that line in it. Let's see. Cat the contents of readme.md and look for any mentions of minis. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. Now any lines that have miniscape in them are being printed.
yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, you could probably have said print instead of cat if you didn't know that
Yeah,
cat was
well,
like,
yeah,
yeah.
but
yeah, you can just say like output all the lines in readme.md that contain miniscape. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so you don't. It's actually better if you don't know what you're talking about. I feel like you just it makes Linux usable for people that don't have any idea what they're doing when it comes to the command line. It's actually super nice. I think this is huge. I mean, soon
Then you get
enough,
to learn
you won't even
from
need to.
it as it.
Yeah, soon enough, you won't even need to like see that there's a terminal or command line interface. You literally will just tell it what you want, and it'll go and do this part of it and like run all these commands for you. So I think this
Sounds
is
awesome.
a short-lived kind of era. But anyway, I'll leave this this open in case we want to run other commands. For now, I'm gonna open this. Alright, so now we want to be able to make sure that the WebSocket stuff still works with our new authentication tokens or new authentication scheme, since we allow unauthenticated users to play. So I'm hoping that this works. This is my first time testing the auto mode in Cursor. I don't know how good it is at selecting the right model. I think I'd rather just go straight into like using the most expensive model, because I don't mind paying the crazy cost right now. It's 5 cents per tool call, and any one of these requests could be like 30 tool calls. So it could end up being like $1 per ask. But if you think about it,
It's cheaper than hiring a
yeah,
developer
it's
to build
definitely
it.
cheaper than my own time, I'd say. That's why I find it worth it. So yeah, let's see. So socket ts force new auth false. Oh, so it just deleted a bunch of code. Well, it added some code back. Let's see. I think it's simplifying everything, but I honestly don't mind if we gut it, because it's not hard to rebuild this kind of stuff, and we have it in our Git history anyway. So I'm just gonna completely YOLO it, and hopefully completely gutting all of the auth code and rebuilding it with unauthenticated users in mind should fix this. Looks like it does. Let's see. Still get no token provided error. Let me reload. Actually, you know what? I might need to completely just hard reset this real quick. I'm also wondering if, because I made changes to make, originally I had intended dev. Oh, there we go, we got a crazy message. Does that stop us from playing the game though? Let's see. I think it's restarting again. First of all, I should probably completely clear browser data for the site, clear my cache and cookies and stuff. Since we're changing auth schema. Okay, so we're still getting this issue. Let's make sure it knows that. There we go. We're still getting that as well. I'm gonna throw this in here. And then I'm going to throw that in there. I'm gonna try a max. Should be Sonnet Thinking Max. Let's do it. I like that it even has like a gradient, sort of colorful gradient on the model select here. So you know that you're paying a ridiculous amount for what it's about to do. This is about to be expensive, dude.
Better.
I'm curious though, because I haven't actually seen like in practice how expensive it is to run this model. So I'm just gonna run it for the entire stream, and hopefully I don't. Hopefully it doesn't cost
Go
like
into
$1,000.
generational debt.
Yeah, I mean it. Realistically, the way I see it, like the upper bound on how much it's gonna cost is like hundreds of dollars. Not, it's on the order of hundreds of dollars, not thousands. So it would maybe suck if it was, you know, $300 or whatever. But you know, it's okay if it is. That's the price I'm willing to pay for my dream.
$5 per 100 tool calls.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
We need to do this as the PM2 user. So I think it's dang it, it's hard to do that inside of here. So let me try it in here. So, oh no, switch to PM2 user and run PM2 restart. I think, yeah, that's what I want, really. Uh-oh. Is it waiting for me? Okay, thank God. So we need to do -u PM2 user, because right now it defaults to running this as root, and whenever we do that, it causes permission issues, so I'm just going to use PM2 user. I think that works. Oh, I need to do and, I think. A lot of times we have to hit skip and continue. It doesn't look like you do need the and. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. I hate when I'm having to deal with just these minor like command things. That's like the one thing that I just have never really remembered.
It's one of those learn it, use it, forget it kind of things.
Let's see, cd/var/etc. No. I think it's /etc/var/www. Something like that. Oh, it did it for me, thank God. Oh, we didn't need to go into that directory. I'm stupid. I forgot PM2. You can just invoke that anywhere we are. Okay, so let's restart the front end as well. I'm not really sure what Claude 3.7 Sonnet Max did. Let's see. It added lines to game canvas. Why does that always happen, man?
Did you succeed in splitting that out anywhere?
Yeah, so I did spend a long time getting that down from 3,000 lines of code to 1,300 or 50 or so, and it just added 55 more. So I think I might have to spend a little bit of time doing that, just because I don't ever want to run into that problem again. That was super annoying. So I'm gonna split it out a little bit further, I think, especially with I can do Claude 3.7 Max for that. Make sure it does it the good way. Alright. Let's check the logs. And then let's try again. Dang. Socket connected this time, at least. But it says loading game, and it's not actually loading the game. So let's see what's going on. Let me open this one since we haven't loaded. Socket connected. Loading game. Pong received. So we did the ping pong. Is it gonna load the game though? Okay. Let's just report back what's going on. Alright, I gotta move faster than this. This is slow. This is slow and not fun. Let's do this. Okay. Now socket connects, but we want to. Hey, what's up, Tejas or Tejas? I'm not sure if that is supposed to be pronounced in the Spanish way or not. But what's up, man? So now socket connects, but we want to. But it never actually jumps into the game. Yeah, so I think now that I've got this game canvas down to only like 1,400 lines, we should be able to now, with Claude 3.7 Sonnet Max, break it down a lot easier into subclasses. Subcomponents is the better term for that, actually.
Yeah. It'd be nice if, like, player movement was its own thing. It'd be nice if, yeah, I just kind of see game canvas as this big consolidator thing that's just loading all these different parts of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Game canvas itself should just be like the thing that all the systems are drawn onto. Yeah. It should just be like the canvas part, not all the actual game logic. The game logic should be completely separated out. So I was able to split out the chat stuff. I think there's no more chat stuff in the game canvas. And then I can't remember what else I split out, but we could check the Git changes and stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, the socket code. So I split out a lot of the socket code. That was the biggest change, I think.
Okay, good.
It was like 800
Yeah,
lines. Yeah, that was what was really screwing me,
That's
because it was
definitely-
3,000 lines, including all the socket code, was all in the game canvas, which
Oh,
it was a mess.
yeah.
But yeah, after a brutal long session, I figured out how to do it, and I think now we're in a good space. I think we're in a lot better
Okay.
spot, so I'm pretty optimistic that we should be able to make some really good progress tonight. And to answer your question, Tejas, I'm trying to submit this by April 1st, I think is the deadline, but I'm trying to submit this the day before, so only have a few days. But I'm gonna be working on this for all weekend probably as well, so I think it'll take me like, yeah, roughly like 30 more hours to be able to do what I wanted to do. Which, I definitely wanted to keep the scope somewhat limited. I mean, it's actually pretty big scope, but for the time. But I wanted to have Lumbridge, the Wilderness, the Grand Exchange, the Barbarian Village, fishing, wood cutting, mining, and combat. The ability to support up to 20 players in the world, and then the ability to chat in game via text chat, which I think that's actually already working, so we can cross that off. Trading, might get to that. I think you can still trade if you just go way out into the wilderness and just drop things. With skills, I want to be able to have people level up their skills. And then item inventories, so we need to handle item dropping, item stacking, and that's pretty much it. Like, those are my major objectives here. And it looks like Claude was able to fix the problem, thank God. Alright, we're back. We're live. I think we're gonna start making some serious progress now. So it was able to change 1,000 lines of code roughly, so yeah, pretty big changes here, but I think we're good. Yeah, so now let's test this real quick. If we clear our cache, and then we restart the page, we should be able to just load straight into the game. Oh yeah, oh there we go. Claude 3.7 Sonnet Max coming to the rescue. We are back. Oh, that's so nice to see. I thought I was gonna have to battle this for hours, to be honest. It's for some reason it just seemed like everything was so much more difficult last time I was doing this. I think I was just super burnt out, super tired, but now I feel a lot better, well rested, and ready to start making some serious progress. Let's do this. Okay, so let's first, so that I maintain my sanity, I'm gonna use Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Let's probably start a new chat. I think it'd probably be best just to completely start with no context here and then say, come up with a plan. Okay. Come up with a plan to refactor any files that are longer than, let's say, 700 lines. I'm gonna say is a good cutoff, I think, for now, because otherwise it's gonna be like just too much going on. So let's say any files that are longer than 700 lines into separate subcomponents, and also what did I want to say? I wanted to say like refactor to follow the single responsibility principle. So SRP, the single responsibility principle, is part of like a clean architecture sort of philosophy. So any file that has a bunch of code in it. You want it to all be related to doing one thing. It's a good philosophy, I think. So both of these things help humans and are good design in my opinion, but they also help Claude or any LLM that's working with this, because the longer the file is, the more likely we are to run into issues with how long the context is for the model. So it starts to, like, you know, you can imagine it like if I told you to hold like 100 shopping list items in memory, and then I asked you to recall all of them, you're not going to be able to do that. So unless you're some sort of memory Olympiad or something. So yeah, that's the issue we were bumping into last time. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Sorry for chatting it up, but I'd love for anyone that's watching this to be able to learn something from this stream. Let's also say do not actually do it yet, so we can check on what it's talking about. Oh, so it came up with a command to kind of figure out the file line, the number of lines in each file. We definitely don't want to do node modules in there, so it's filtering it out now. Looks like it still needs to filter out some more node modules. I'm like thinking in real time as it's thinking the same thing. Tejas says he's thinking to build an AI-driven editing tool with cursor that automates everything. It adds subtitles, animations, effects, everything. Users can preview and edit. How can I make? I'm a beginner. LOL. So I'm actually working on stuff that's kind of related to that. So if you want, you could message me on Twitter. I'll give you my my name on Twitter. Just DM me on Twitter, and I might be able to help you out, get you started, point you in the right direction. I know exactly the tools that you need to use for that. So I got you. Here, I'll just give you my like direct. I'll just type out the link. I think this will work. I'll just have to change it to the HTTPS actually. Let me try that again. x.com/thejk. There we go. Yep, yeah, hit me up on there. I'll get you hooked up. Yeah. Anybody who is watching the stream, if you have any technical questions, feel free to hit me up on Twitter, and I'll see if I can help. Okay, so for this refactoring plan, okay, so this is the public enemy number 1, and that makes sense. That's what we were spending so much time on last time. A game canvas file, the main component where everything is drawn onto, just should have been like the box that everything gets thrown into, but instead it was the box and everything in the box. So significant refactoring. It handles game rendering still. So the game rendering part, the rendering part is all that we actually want it to do. The player movement, socket connections, and UI interactions I think should live on separate components. And so it's proposing that we keep this with core rendering and component orchestration, but then we create a game subdirectory with player controller, socket controller, UI controller, resource controller, animation controller, input handler, debug tools. Makes sense. I kind of already did that last time. Okay. Now the chances of it doing this successfully without screwing it up and we get back our original game that works just fine as it did before, in my mind the chances are very slim. But I'm going to make a prayer. I'm going to sacrifice something, make a prayer, and hope that this works. I'm just going to say, go for it. Let's do your plan. I'm going to have faith in Claude 3.7 Sonnet Max. Alright. Oh, the game socket handler's only 800 lines. It's not too bad. So it's only 3 files that it identified as problematic. So it wants to put socket controller into, it wants to put some of that logic into the handlers, which actually I kind of like that, having the socket handlers in their own place, so that way we can visualize it better
Where
as
is
well.
it putting it? What's the directory it's putting it in?
It wants to
You've
put,
got controllers,
yeah, so
socket
these are in
controllers.
the back end. So this one's in the back end. It's got handlers subdirectory. So like
And handlers.
maybe source controllers handlers or source.
Right. So I guess it brings up the question, would you rather have that separated by the technical concern, having a handlers folder and a controllers folder, or would you rather it be separated by a game feature and putting the socket handler and controller closer together?
It's a good question.
I, for one, kind of prefer grouping stuff that is related to one another closer together. But depending on, you know, if it's something that's one thing is for back end and one thing is for front end, then you probably don't want to group it together.
I think it might help. Let's say what would be the new directory structure, and let's just like visualize that. So it's proposing that we have source controllers, socket controller. So this is what I thought it was. So it's putting handlers inside, like inside of controllers where socket controller is. I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if we wanted to be like super, we could put it in a socket directory, but I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, so yeah, here's what the big one it wants to do. Yeah, Tejas, you can definitely undo cursor AI code. There's several ways to do it. You can go back in the chat window and hit restore. Like there's these like little restore buttons whenever it makes changes to your code. But another thing that you can do is go hit this show chat history button, and you can go to different like chat threads and actually restore back all the way from there. And then there's another thing that you should be doing, and if you're doing any projects, I highly recommend you get really good at Git. So you want to be able to like just constantly like start a repo in GitHub, and then just constantly set up Git on here and constantly do Git commits, so that you can go back. It basically just stores, it's a versioning system that stores all of your changes so that you could roll back. And yeah, it's definitely worth it to save your code and make sure it's not completely lost if you mess up. So that's why I'm able to like boldly make these crazy changes and not worry about it, because if the AI screws it up, then I have like so many different fail safes to back me up, make sure I get it. All right. Okay, so I think this is fine. I'm gonna say go ahead and implement the plan you proposed. But before I hit enter on that, let me see, WebSockets. Let me see if I can actually. Let me see what functionality we have. There's some weird stuff going on with the WebSockets. We'll figure that out. For now, let's just get this refactor done so we can debug this easier. We should probably also check on what our status is right now. We probably should have, now that I think about it, we probably should have committed. So let me go here and do that. Oh yeah, thank God. It actually needs my, since I don't have YOLO mode on, it waits for my approval to make this new directory. That's the first thing it did, so it saved our asses. It
The
literally
YOLO
saved my
mode is
life.
a little risky.
Yeah, I highly recommend not using YOLO mode. It's just, I feel like
Yeah.
it's not that
I
worth it
was
for me.
trying it out the other day and it sounds cool because it's like, oh, look at all this speed. It's getting so much stuff done.
Yeah, it
But it's
does
a
definitely
gamble.
speed it up a lot, but you know, I haven't actually tried it, so I can't make any recommendations on it yet, but I will say that it is probably good to like double check what it's doing, because it can really, especially if you have it logged into your server, doing commands on your server, because it could like cook my whole Linux deployment, and then it would be, you know, kind of annoying to redo all that. So yeah, ideally I would make all the Linux configurations something that lives on the repo as well, so that I could spin it up a new server instantly almost. But you know,
Yeah.
I'm not that sophisticated. I haven't gotten to that level of system
I see you
admin.
got jump working.
Oh yeah, the jump works, yeah. So
Yeah.
let me commit this and say um, removed no auth can play now, and then I'll push that. So you do a commit, which like puts all, you have to add all of your changes to the staged changes, and then when you do commit, it actually puts them into like a change list, a new version, and then when you do push, it pushes it back to the actual repository. So now when you go on GitHub, you'll see those changes have been pushed. And each of those commits is like a separate discrete set of changes that you can go back to and reset to if you need, and you can refer to. So you'll be able to go into here now, and we can see all of my commits. I've got no auth can play now, we just committed, and we can see the change list. So we added 495 lines and we subtracted 676. Here's the files that we added and subtracted from. Alright, maybe you guys tell me if I am just wasting both of our times by doing all the like little tutorial things in here too. Maybe I should just move as quickly as I possibly can, not explain everything. Let me know in the chat. Alright, let's do this though. So now that we've got that saved, we're going to let it make that directory. Okay, so it's starting with game canvas. You know, maybe we can also, as it's going, we can watch this one. Trying to figure out a way to make it so that we don't need this side panel. I'm sure there's an easy way to do it. I'll open the menu bar and then we'll say view single view editor layout. If I could just put like the Explorer and this on the same window, that would make it a lot easier for me, I think. Yeah, half the time is me battling the view. There we go. Move to panel. How does that work? Move to primary sidebar. Move to secondary sidebar. Yeah, that doesn't actually do anything. Weird. Alright, so it's been working while I've been absolutely just playing around, not getting anything. Are you in the server by chance, John? Are you in the
I am. I see. Well, yeah, I think I see you moving around, but I'm
I
also
see you moving
seeing
around and as well, and there
some
is a
people.
we both. Do
No.
you see that as well? The WBU0 user that just keeps glitching around.
Yeah.
Okay, you see the same thing I'm seeing then probably. All right,
You're not as glitchy.
you look fine. Like I'm actually seeing a decent amount of updates from your end. It looks decently smooth. Like we could probably add some more interpolation, but like it's good enough for now, I think. So like, am I inside the rock for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sweet. It
Yeah,
looks
I
like
think
it's
you're also like popping in and out of existence. Like you're like flickering, but not
oh.
as bad as
Are you sure? Or maybe it's just low frequency of refreshes of like position updates?
yeah, like that's I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I guess
could
it's
share my
hard to say.
screen,
Yeah,
but
share your screen. Let me. I'm curious what you're seeing. You know, actually,
it
I
could
can
be
also just load it. I have another
using
another
like
character.
shit ton of tabs open right now.
Oh, I do see. What's that?
I have a ton of like tabs open right
No,
now, but
no,
like
you're right. I see it now. And also,
yeah, this is going a little fast. Um, okay. Last save position, player movement.
do you see the message in the chat that says test? I'm gonna type in a test 123. I see your test.
I see yours.
Okay. Okay, so the chat's working. The chat bubbles above their head, I broke that during a refactor. That's not important to me. I'd much rather make sure that the chat window works and doesn't miss messages. So yeah, if we're able to like verify this is working, I'm happy with that. Alright, let's check in on how the refactor's gone. Dude, this is amazing. This is working. This is exactly what I want. I want to be able to play the game while it's doing the work for us. That's actually, oh, this is so crazy. Oh, I wish I had known about this. I wish this was a thing, really, when I was a kid, because this would have been so much fun. Alright, so back in socket handler refactoring. I believe that I've disabled like the hot reload sort of thing, so I think it should be, or maybe it's been hot reloading, but it was just waiting on me to approve something. Yeah, there it goes. I just saw it, made a change, and then it reloaded. Okay, so it is doing hot reload whenever we make changes.
Okay, stand still for a sec. Oh
Oh,
shit. Yeah,
oh.
just reload it again.
Yeah, it's making a whole bunch of new files, so every time it does that, it's gonna reload the server. But you know, at least it doesn't completely kick us. But I will say that it
That's
seems.
crazy.
Oh,
Reconnects right away. Awesome.
does reconnect work for you? I'm still disconnected on this one.
I'm
The
literally
other one's connected.
staying connected as the changes are happening. Oh,
Really?
now I got disconnected, and I can
Yeah.
reconnect. No,
I don't think the
that's-
reconnect button actually does anything, to be honest with you. Probably need to revisit that one.
the game's still like running, I guess, just locally on my. Now I'm connected.
Yeah, that's what's happening, right? So like it's serving you a JavaScript like code that renders the game, and you're actually running the JavaScript code that renders the game. But the whenever it makes changes and you lose connection with the socket server, you're like playing by yourself basically.
Yeah.
So that's all we need to figure out. What we might want to do is, it seems that whenever it resets connection, it resets you to 0, and then it also deletes all the other players. What I think I'd rather have it do is like freeze everyone in where they were, and then it shouldn't reset, it should save your last known position.
I was trying to get that working, and it was like.
Yeah, I think the problem
to-
is that all that code lived on game canvas, which was 4,000 lines long.
Yeah,
So-
I had to back out and just say no. I'm gonna give this a shot later, but
How's
as we are persisting the coordinates, and I looked like I saw I mean, there's a log here that says save last known position. So
Yeah, I started trying to
I guess
implement
it's
it
saving.
too, and I think it's saving it. It's just not actually using it. So
yeah,
I'll have to figure that out. But I think it'll be really easy now. I was using an outdated thing, and we were butting up against context limits. Now, at least, we have a bunch of
Need,
different files. How is it doing this? I
jump
think it's
to
creating all the
the-
files first, and then at the end, it's going to actually remove the code from the base classes. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Usually I found that it works like that.
That seems to make a lot more
freeze
sense to
them
me.
where it breaks, and I feel more comfortable with that because at any point I can like.
And it'd
Stop
be
it, it
it'd
had-
be even better if it like well, we'll see. Oh yeah, look, now let's update the main socket controller to use our new handlers. Looks like it's going
Yeah.
to need to. Oh, we're using UUID.
Yeah.
So we have to add that to UUID types, type definitions. If we're using TypeScript, we need it to be able to know what the heck UUID is. So how does the socket controller look now? It's I guess it's not.
Yeah.
All this code just got split in different places. Oh.
Right. That's how I was thinking it would do it. Is like, yeah, just calling a function to set it up.
There we
calling
go.
these methods
Set
off
up
of
the
these
movement
classes, and it's
handler,
really
set up
clean.
display. Oh yeah, this is so much better to look at. Now we know what's going on. Yeah, I mean this is beneficial for both humans and for LLMs to be able to see this like very descriptive names, everything's put into its own responsibility. Like it has one responsibility, it's put into its own file. You know exactly what the code in that file is doing. There's not a bunch of mixing and matching or files that are doing 20 different things. Player handler. Now I'm worried. Did it do the game canvas yet? I don't think it did. I didn't see that. Did it start with the socket stuff? Because it said let's start with the front end, and then it did back end. Oh wait, no.
No.
It did the player controller and the socket controller and the animation controller, input handler, resource controller. Debug tools, UI controller. And then it did the socket handler refactor. So it never did actually implement this in the main game canvas. That's still like the boogeyman.
Is what we have running so far?
Not quite sure what just happened. Group changes semantically. Is it done now? I'm just gonna type in continue and see what happens. Because I don't think it actually finished.
Maybe it hit its limit.
It had a little button that said group changes semantically. I wonder if that allows you to interact with Git. I don't know. It had like a little Git looking icon. I've never used I just upgraded cursor, so I haven't used that yet.
Tools now, you can probably get it to, you know, recognize when it's made changes and make a git commit. But if you're still kind of like tweaking it, might not be like, might still be better to keep the power of doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, once we get this refactor done, we'll be able to move quick. We can just start making changes left and right, I think. I was hoping that it would be able to handle this, but it's just so much context. Like, I think it might make sense to split it into 3 separate phases. Just do one file at a time. I think that we were asking for trouble trying to do too many, but I'm hoping this works. I'm fingers crossed over here. Let's fix the UI controller. It's got some linter errors. Okay, so we've done front-end components refactoring. But it says it divided it, but I don't think it actually did remove the original code. Or sorry. I don't think it actually started implementing that back into here, because this is still 1400 lines. Okay. Group changes semantically. What the heck does that do? Oh, okay. It's so we can see like a diff view of all the changes. I'm just gonna accept these, and then I'm gonna say start a new chat for better results. Create a new chat with a summary of this conversation. And then now that we've got the files in place, we should be able to just say like, okay, now make sure that our refactor is actually being used, and we go into the original files and update them to use our new subcomponents and remove the old code where applicable. I'll just say something like that. I think that'll work. Yeah. It still has to go and list everything and read through it, I think, though. Oh no, it's finding the components that have been created recently. I was hoping that the summarize feature would give more context than it did, it seems. Ah, it looks like I got stuck. It happens. Skip and continue. Why does it always get stuck whenever it runs simple commands? I gotta figure out what's going on with that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm going back. Clearly hasn't preserved the context well enough when I did the summarize. I'm going to take... Oh. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna say continue implementing the newly created files into the original files that we refactored, or that we wanted to divide up. Remove old code and use new systems, use new files. Use new methods. I think I may actually need to restart cursor. It's it's acting up for sure. Something weird happened. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna restart cursor real quick. Sometimes it like loses connection with the models or whatever, or when it loses connection with like the RAG sort of system and like the LLM stuff it's doing on the back end here, and then your chat gets like desynced. It's happened to me a couple times now. Connection failed. Do I need to like reload this? Okay. It looks like it's connected. Even though yeah, that was just a message it was showing because I had reopened the app, I guess. Oh yeah, it said it was done, but it clearly wasn't. That's weird. Next time I think I would make a readme, have it make like a markdown for the refactor, like all the like a checklist of all the things it wants to do, and then have it check off each part. That way I make sure that it does everything it needs to do. I wonder why it's removing the timestamp from the player move socket stuff. I feel like that was useful. I wonder if is it just removing the timestamp because it added type errors, like linter was complaining about the type errors on it. Why is it changing the names of things? That's not necessary. Oh, it might be actually. We might have changed the names of these things in the back end. Alright, here's the big bad wolf. The game canvas file is 1400 lines. It's right now it has to read. Oh. Okay. We have 330 new lines minus 1251. Now, usually when I see that, it's a bad thing, but I think in this case that might be a good thing because it means that it's successfully removing all of the code that now lives in other files. And I'm just going to pray that it didn't remove things that actually mattered, that are no longer being done anywhere. And let's hope that it actually covered everything that we needed. If not, we have the backups anyway, so it's no big deal. Oh, it looks like it definitely did something. I think it completely changed the implementation for the world to the point where now I'm like in a blank blue. Were you able to load in, John?
Refresh.
Oh, it's still making changes as we speak, so it's probably gonna keep reloading.
Yeah, the floor. I'm seeing the floor.
You see the floor?
No.
Oh, you don't see the floor. Okay, yeah, that's what's happening.
See what you see.
I think honestly, I think even if this is like completely broken, it's probably better to just start from there and redo the floor. Because then at least we know exactly what's going on, and it's easier to iterate. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I can't wait to be done with this refactor, man. This has been a long time coming. Game canvas inventory panel issue. Yeah, it's probably just like a still having. I see these couple linter errors. It's probably just got a couple of bugs that it needs to sort out. I'm just worried that it's gonna run out of this context of this chat is running too long. It's gonna start degrading the performance. Yeah, whenever I see let's try fixing the issue more directly, it's like, uh-oh, it's starting to get, that's like an indication that it's starting to get too long and not know how to fix the problem. Oh, okay, I actually got the linter errors, it looks like. Okay, so we've reduced the file sizes. We broke down game canvas from 1400 lines. Let me just accept this. So we've added 3,284 lines and we've subtracted 1954. So we've added roughly 1,000 lines of overhead because we split out into a ton of different files, but I think that I'd prefer to have way more smaller files, even if that means extra overhead. Yeah, this is, oh my god, dude, look at this. Do you see this, John?
Oh, yeah, one sec.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is so nice to see.
Wow. Let's see what it did. It's scrolling.
So now the game canvas class is only 400 lines and it's only rendering stuff. That's it.
Yeah. So
Let's
it's
see
just
if it
importing everything.
Yeah, it's
and
got
then
references to literally
getting
every other system.
References to everything.
And then it's got the game state here.
Yeah.
Movement states. I mean, this may not be the best way to do it, but it looks like it's fine.
Sure is a lot clearer.
Create camera, create scene. Maybe the 3D scene being initialized, maybe that should live in here. I don't know. That seems relevant to me. Create the player
Yeah.
mesh, create the lights. So this is like how it initializes everything.
I would say, yeah, those initialization steps could be their own
Yeah,
class
maybe.
or something there.
I'm okay with it being like this stuff, to be honest. Like, as long as everything in here is just related to rendering things to our screen, and it's not handling the actual logic, that's literally all I care about. So we've initialized, this is where we initialize all of our game systems too, which maybe game canvas and the game systems should be in separate things. Like, I think the game loop and the game logic should really live somewhere else, and then they should just be like dumping things to the canvas. What do you think? Like model view controller sort of pattern. Yeah, this game is browser based. Exactly. It's full JavaScript, so anyone can just join and play around with it while we're working on it too. So there's the URL. Put it in the chat.
So besides initializing stuff, what else is going on in game canvas?
Okay, so it's initializing stuff, and then it's got the input handling, the UI controller, the debug tools, the ability to handle resizing. It's got event listeners,
Yeah, like that's all it should do.
and that
Is
is
be the
pretty much
game
all it
canvas.
does. Yeah, because then after that, it's literally just JSX to render this scene. We've got the chat component, which is now living in a separate. It's a separate React component. So we've got that, and then we've got the inventory panel, which is a separate React component. And the settings is in here. Maybe we should make settings a separate thing, but like I don't even really mind it as is.
I would.
All right, yeah, we can do it.
Because I would want to like add to
Yeah, because we're gonna
settings.
add
I
a lot
think
of
I had
settings.
some.
That's a good point.
I had my updates for the key bindings, and that would be a little thing in the settings. Just like I'd want to try another principle I like is the open close principle, where it's open to like
Open
extra
to
stuff
extension,
like close.
right. Closed modification, is it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, okay,
And
so let's create, instead of saying let's, I'm just gonna use the imperative case and say create a separate component for the settings menu and pull the settings related code out of game canvas. There we go. I think that'll be a good idea. That's a good call, honestly. That is a very good call, sir.
I like to get pretty granular with mine, or at least to where it's like that's your settings. You don't have to go to the game canvas to edit the settings component.
You know, in retrospect though, I hope this works because it's going. I need like all the context that it has. We're already hitting pretty long context on this chat, and I needed to actually. I needed to like still have all that in memory while it fixes all the things it broke. Okay, so it's 128 lines. Please don't give it a bunch of linter errors. Oh, it's also doing the game UI component. That's crazy. Okay, I didn't even ask for that, but that's actually a good call too. This part right here, even though it's probably only like 100 lines, it's 80 lines to be exact. That makes sense to put into its own component as well. It is technically separate from the game canvas. That's like an overlay on top of the canvas. So game UI includes the connected thing, the current zone indication, the settings button, and the inventory, it looks like. Wait, not the inventory. Just these three things, I guess. It's definitely downgraded the look of the settings thing. So like I think functionally now the code is sounder. It's probably a lot sounder code, but it looked like the UI presentation the game UI stuff over here is kind of
Yeah.
worse. You know what I
Did
mean?
it not bring over the classes it was using? Like what?
Yeah, that's a bad sign that it like didn't copy the actual CSS, it looks like. Okay. It created these two components, but then it didn't actually change game canvas.
Ugh.
Okay, so now change game canvas. To use these new components. Yeah. I mean, as long as it didn't break the socket code, I'll just move forward with this. Like, that's all I really care about. Like, if the multiplayer still works, that's fine. Please don't break the multiplayer. Oh, look, it fixed the UI. Made it look a little nicer that time. Okay. Well, that's proof that it worked. So the game UI is 80 lines. Settings menu is 128 lines. And it looks like it is now... There we go, that's what we want to see. We got separate React components that just have the props are passed in. Sweet. Okay, so now game canvas is still 400 lines, but at least when we add, but to your point, when we add a bunch of settings stuff and game UI stuff, it won't be absolutely expanding this file.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so excited about this, dude. Alright. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably commit. I think be a good idea.
Is it working?
Kind of. I mean, it could get worse, you know? So I'm gonna commit here, and because I will be able to roll it back. So I'm just gonna say git status. Actually, let me go to this one. Oh, we reloaded, so I gotta...
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Let me try that.
I'm getting a socket here.
You're getting a socket error?
I was. Let me see. I'm reloading again.
What is going on? Oh, I'm using the
And
wrong
now I'm in, but
su dash pm2 user. Let me try that user. Now let's do git. We have to go to that directory. Let's clear this. Let's do git add star, git commit dash m, and then we'll say refactor socket controller game canvas mostly, so whatever, and then we'll push, because why not? Because I'm just gonna commit to restarting that stuff, because I think it'll just be easier than trying to port it back over. Alright, so now we need to give it you in the game, you said? You're getting socket error?
no, I'm back in. Chat has gone back to working in the chat, but not popping up over my head again.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as we get as long as chat's working in the chat.
Oh, I'm disconnected.
Oh
That's
yeah, I'm also
why.
disconnected. So let me see what happens if I restart the server entirely. PM2 restart all. PM2 status. PM2 logs. Alright. That way we get a fresh code, refresh here. I'm gonna completely restart clear my cache and stuff. See if that helps. Socket error. So let's try debugging that. I think it's probably best to do that in the chat where we just made those changes so that it has all the context. So let's give it all these messages, and then okay. So it looks like the socket URL. Socket server connection's not working now. So, I mean, it just made a bunch of changes to that system. So I'll just give it that, and it should be able to figure out what it broke. I'm also wondering where the hell the floor went. I think it might have deleted the floor and not added it back.
Yep. Or we're like super far below it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably
No,
most likely that it
we're in
just
the same
didn't
spot,
carry it over.
right?
It didn't what?
Yeah, I probably just didn't carry it over.
Yeah, that's the most likely thing.
Mm.
It doesn't look like it's doing the right things now. It looks like it's switched to trying to use polling transport first, which is not the right approach in my opinion. I don't know. Reduce timeouts. So now it times out after 10 seconds. It's previously 15. It's adding connection error handling, so we should... It's at least going to give us console errors in the logs whenever there's problems, so we can more easily debug what's going on. I guess that's...
It can see the console, can it? Because there's an MCP plugin that
I haven't
got
set up that MCP plugin. I really need to. So that it can see the console, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work like particularly like it didn't find. I had some stuff that was like 404 not found like for like icons and stuff, and it didn't know, but like it did know when I got like errors and stuff. So let me see if I can send you that real quick.
How long do you think it'll take me to set up? Is it worth it?
I can probably walk you through it in like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try it. Oh, at least now we get actual error. It's an XHR poll error. Cross. .502 bad gateway, huh?
Alright, I sent you the zip. You can also clone it yourself.
Oh, okay.
If you want.
I just cloned the repo somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I have it. I sent it to you on a zip.
Okay.
You can clone that. I DM'd you that.
So now we got
Put it in the chat if anyone wants it. And then yeah, the instructions.
browser tools MCP.
So you want to add it as an extension into your Chrome. And you have to do it in a weird way. But
Oh, as
it's
an
not really weird.
extension.
It's like a manual. Yeah, but you have to manually install it. So once you got that folder extracted somewhere
Yeah, I got it.
or pulled, then go to your Chrome settings.
This is Firefox. Does that matter?
It shouldn't. I think it's an extension. Why are you using Firefox?
I just use Firefox. Yeah, I don't know that it'll work for Firefox, to be honest. I think Chrome extensions don't work for Firefox. We can try it. I mean, let me just see if I have Chrome. Try that way.
General. You can also use Edge. I'm using Edge because anything based on Chromium.
Okay, so yeah, so go to extensions, manage extensions, and then
Yeah.
pack extension or load unpacked or anything like that. I'm in developer mode actually, so maybe not that.
Yes, actually, you got to be in developer mode. And then yeah, you go to my extensions, load unpacked.
Okay, then we go into. I've already done this because I was making my own Chrome extension a while back. That's why I even have Chrome. That went into downloads. So yeah, let me grab that. So do I load which part of it do I load? Here's what I've got right now. So I got browser tools MCP. Do I just load the Chrome extension directory in the load packed?
What did I do?
Or do I do the actual like main? Yeah, I think it's the Chrome extension one.
Chrome, there's a Chrome extension directory. Yeah, that's the one you want to load.
Okay, got it. Browser tools, MCP tool for code capture data from a browser.
Yeah, so then once it's there, you can turn it on. And
Looks
then,
like it's working.
Okay, so then once it's on, you want to. I think there's something you gotta launch. Maybe
The
you don't
server?
actually need.
Or the client?
Yeah, there's like a server thing you gotta run. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure. And then
Okay, how do I launch this? Let's look at the docs, I guess. Open this in cursor.
yeah, browser tools server. NPX. There's an NPX command.
Oh, this is just the MCP docs, isn't it? Do I need to do all this?
Once
Install at npm install model context protocol SDK. This is for building something
No,
with...
no.
This is something
No.
else.
I DM'd you a command. You just
Okay.
want to. It's an NPX and then their name or something.
Okay. And I'll just throw that in.
That's from the README in the browser tools server. And then yeah, let me get into cursor. And settings, MCP. You're gonna want to make a file.
Oh, I wonder how it. I wonder how do we set this up? Because I'm using a browser, like I'm testing this in a browser that's on a different system than the one I'm editing it with cursor. You know what I mean? Because this is like SSH through to my Linux VPS, so I'm not actually sure that that'll work. So let's just abandon that for now. I appreciate you. I'm gonna definitely gonna dig into MCP stuff very soon. I appreciate you trying to help me with that.
Oh yeah,
It's
no
probably not
worries.
worth it right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can always just copy and paste in the
Yeah, it's not a blocker.
the errors you see. Yeah, and I don't actually. Yeah, so it's gonna run the executable on, assuming it's gonna run it from wherever the terminal's running. So if that terminal's running on your server, then it's not gonna run. However, if you somehow had a command that could execute it to run on your computer, then it literally just streams data over STDIO, like a just terminal. It's not like, HTTP or anything. So like, yeah, it could theoretically run and look at yours. I'll have to play around with that.
Yeah, that's definitely something for when I'm not trying to move fast right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, my menu bar back. The command center is what I really want. So let's go to /etc. Nah, file open file. Let's go to my Nginx configurations. So that's an etc/nginx /sites available /miniscape.io, and then I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna give it to this as context. Honestly, I wonder if the MCP server's even running properly on the right port. So we'll find out. Oh, it wanted permission to edit that file. Interesting. I've never seen it do that before. So we need to do sudo systemctl restart nginx. So now we added an upstream block for socket.io. Dedicated backend group for socket connections and uses IP hash to ensure a client always connects to the same backend server, which is crucial for maintaining WebSocket connections. Weird. Interesting. Okay, let's accept that. Let's go into the terminal and actually restart everything. think that's okay. So we have actually restarted that. Now let's do PM2 restart all, PM2 status, PM2 logs. All right. Now what's the error? Let's find out. I think our socket server's not even running, to be honest. Probably the main issue. Claude will figure it out. Oh, wow. Yeah, it was just the wrong port. I don't even know how that happened. How is it even working? Now I'm really confused. Like, if it was set to use port 4000, then how are we using it earlier? Maybe it was using, we didn't realize it, but it was using polling instead of sockets. I don't know. Let's see if that actually makes a difference. Oh, now it crashed. What was that? I saw something crash. Unable to compile. Index at 114. You know, I think that's the problem, is that the backend's crashing. Oh, we just need to it forgot to pass in initialize game state. Let me try this myself, I guess. No, that just hit tab. Yeah, all of these are already. Okay, so this is out of scope now. So all we gotta do is say this is out of scope. Thanks for bearing with me. I know this is not fun at all right now. Okay. Well, let's see. Can we do PM2 restart all? And then PM2 logs, and then see if the backend starts. Alright, let's switch off of polling. I think that's causing issues. Switch. Okay, so we're getting the same error. Let's see. It says it's generating. Do I trust that it is? Just gonna try that again. I feel like it would have been saying stuff. There we go. saw game state initialize successfully. That's usually a good sign. It's a good thing to see. Total players 1. Loading game. Loading game engine. Disconnected. Connection was refreshed while loading. Still having issues connecting. I'm gonna try one more time, and then if this is having issues, then I will transport closed, transport error. Let's try this one more time. I can do this. Or Claude can do this, rather. You got this, Claude. Based on the logs, we're still being interrupted. Let's see, let's try curling directly from our server. Oh wow, I mean it's pretty smart how it knew how to do that. That's pretty good. So it's, yeah, it's pretty intelligent, I'd say. It's doing a lot better. Okay, so now it's checking to see if we're actually running the socket server on 4001, port 4001, which is a good call. I bet that's the problem. It seems like we're having issues with even connecting to it in the first place. It's either not running or it's on a different port. And should be able to figure this out. I feel like this is a very simple problem that I should probably just dig into, but it's against the spirit of vibing. Alright. Let's see. Might have just missed some basic configurations in the Nginx configurations. Wow, it's way smarter now about like starting things and checking the logs. It used to not know how to handle that properly. It successfully did it. It slept for 2 seconds and then it checked the logs. Looks like it's working. Okay, cool. Please figure out the socket stuff. Let's get this going. Shoot. Okay. Back to the drawing board. What happens if we go to dev.escape.io? I'm wondering if maybe it's because I screwed up how it ports the URLs or redirects things. It could be very possible. Doesn't seem like this loads anymore. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we still have the same issues. In dev, because they're supposed to redirect, so that just confirming that that is how it works. Yes, now when we load, starting direct socket initialization. Okay, we got this. You can do it. Oh, now it's back to 4,000. Oh my god. fixed it. Well, Claude fixed it. Thank you, Claude. Hell yeah, okay. Connected, disconnected, connected. Yeah, I think we broke a lot of stuff. Display name, let's see. Does that work? Who knows? See how fast this loads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, taking way too long to load. Maybe it's... yeah, oh that worked. Oh, sweet! Okay. Good sign. Bad sign. Looks like the socket code, the movement, the world generation, all that seems to have been completely destroyed. So, we should probably have it relook at a git commit. During these changes, we have broken much of the existing logic. A few items that a few things that I have noted that are now broken since the refactor. 1. I think we're the green one. Let's see. If this one disconnects, does it disappear on this side? Theoretically it should. So we'll say player positions other players' positions are not being updated in the world to the camera. Since there's no world to walk around, it's hard for me to judge what's happening when I hit the arrow key, but I guess we could try. I guess when there are 2 players loaded in, you can kind of tell, because the green player is you, and the red players are other players. So if we get 2 players in, why does it always take a cancel and refresh to actually load? I don't understand that. I'll have to look at the logs. Okay, so it connects pretty quickly once we refresh it. Let me try reloading. Okay, so we start off facing this way. If we start moving forward, we actually move away from the player. We move away from 0, 0 in the positive Z direction. And the camera is inverted. So let's say movement needs to be inversed. Let's see, camera rotation needs to be inversed. Speed needs to be increased by a factor of 3, maybe? seems super slow. Yeah, at least 3. The world is and and let's say the world and objects in the world, such as rocks, trees, are no longer being rendered at all. The world is just a blue background. Uh-oh, why did we restart? Shouldn't have been a hot reload. Let's start with those. I think this will be a good start. Oh man. What's going on here? There we go. I'll be back in 1 second while this is working. Alright, let's do this. Okay. Let's see, what did it do? I'll help you address each problem one by one. Read the player controller. What happens if you click this? Just opens the file, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely liking this new cursor interface since I updated earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty clean.
I thought I was in here by myself, bro.
Sorry, I had my mic turned off, but not the Discord, so.
Oh, I got you. Just chilling. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I keep doing this to you where I'm like breaking it and then we like can't make any progress. I need to stop doing this. Once this is working, I think we're good to go. I'm not gonna do this again.
No, yeah, it's see, that's like kind of the good part. Like once it's all broken out, then
I think we'll move fast.
yeah, now you're just adding stuff on top easier. It's like you're not ripping the floor, like literally ripping the floor out every time you make an update.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what are the parts of this game that you're really excited to build? Let's focus on the positives here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, let's honestly, so RuneScape was like one of the first games to have like kind of like an economy system, right? Like you were able to like trade your stuff or whatever.
Yeah, the Grand
Um,
Exchange.
Yeah,
That's
the
part of
Grand
what I wanted to
Exchange.
build. Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
that'd
like
be really.
definitely a stretch goal if I have time, but it's be super cool to have like a functioning economy in a browser-based game. That'd be so fun. I love economic stuff, so it'd be fun to play around with that.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do it without an account, but
Well, the way I'm thinking about the non-authenticated thing is like you can create an account if you want to like save your data and store it, but you don't have to create an account. You could just like start. You could just go to the website, just start playing,
yeah,
and it like saves it on your like generates a temporary player account ID, and then it gives you the ID. I guess maybe some sort of like secret key that you could use to authenticate it so that people can't use your temporary account on another browser, computer, or whatever. Um, I think that's how I'm kind of thinking about this. I'm sure there's like existing solutions out there that people have done, but that was what came to mind for me. It's like the first thing I thought of. Is just like make it so that they kind of have like an account ID and like a
yeah,
sort of token that they can use to it just gets generated whenever they start playing the game. So if they went back, like it'll be
right.
stored in their session in the browser. So if they went back to this
Yes,
website
yes,
again, it would just reconnect as that same account, the temp account.
yeah, yeah. That's how I would think you're doing it, and I guess yeah, if we wanted to get to that point, I guess work backwards, and what do we have to do? I guess we need to um build out items so you can actually like pick up items.
Yeah, that was the
Um,
first thing I started working on actually. That like
yeah,
I like half implemented that.
yeah. I think I remember seeing like an
I was trying to
inventory.
do item pickups. Yeah, so there you can add a test item and you can hit drop, but that doesn't do anything. So there's at least like an interface, a starting interface we have for the inventory, but
Mm-hmm.
it's yeah, it really was just constrained on this refactor. Like once we get the refactor done, everything is gonna fit together so much easier. I'm so confident in that, but I've been wrong before. But yeah, no, so you should be able to go into the settings in a temp account and be able to change your display name. And
Mm-hmm.
then I'd say like maybe in settings you could like, or maybe there'll be like a player profile somewhere that you can click, and then you could say like create a permanent account or something. I don't know how we want to like show that UI wise, but yeah, just a way that people could like go through the regular auth, Google OAuth or whatever for going through Supabase to save like a legit account. And then if they did that, it should take their temp account and port over all of their like items and skills and levels, all that kind of stuff, and just basically transfer all their player data to a new permanent account, right? And now in order to
Yeah,
log into that permanent account, they'll just use the OAuth, Google OAuth tokens.
simple way you could do like a query parameter of like merge, or like just something to tell it, hey, yeah, we're merging the account or something on the authenticate, or just like a quick little thing, and then um yeah, maybe I could post the player state or something to the redirect, or not in the redirect, but like, yeah, you might have to set up like an endpoint to be like a middleman in that, but it'd be fine.
Yeah.
You can associate like a value to an item.
You mean
So
like
that
gold
was,
pieces?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how it worked in RuneScape. That's what I would like to experiment with, like because there was a functioning economy in RuneScape. Like, sorry, my dogs are going haywire. Wow. They are going wild. But yeah, so there was a functioning economy, so we have to like think about how not to destroy the economy if there's like an NPC shop that you can sell things to. I don't know. Maybe this is a little too far out in the future, but
No, I
was
would say
thinking.
you could sell stuff to like other players or something.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I wanted to do. Is just like, hopefully
no
there's enough people
NPC.
playing. I mean, that's hard though, right? Because like you need to have a market for every item, and that implies, the liquidity is probably not going to be great if it's there's only a few players online and you want to try to sell something and there's no buyers. Like there should probably be like an NPC shop that will like sell you things for a ridiculous amount or buy them for like a really low amount, just so that you have some sort of last resort liquidity for different items. Don't you think?
Yeah.
That needs to be a component, because like if you're like, say you have a quest and you need a certain item and like the only way that you can get it at your level or whatever is by buying it on the exchange, and there's no sellers for that item, like I don't want you to be screwed, Like there should be some
No,
way
that's
to
a good
buy it
point.
for like a ridiculous price even would be fine.
Yeah, I'd say just like central market or something that will
The Grand Exchange is what they call
the
it.
Grand Exchange. Yeah, that you can buy it or you can go to the auction, and then you can see because it had an auction system, right? Like other players can put it up for auction.
Yeah, exactly. Like the
Right.
auction
Yeah.
houses in World of Warcraft, or like the Grand Exchange from old school RuneScape. We just need to have. I mean, honestly, that's gonna be a big undertaking to get that functioning. But I hope to get to that point this weekend. If we can,
Right.
if I can just get this damn thing to to re-implement the stuff that it broke. It's like, hey, you broke it, you fix it,
You make you
you
fix.
dummy head. All right. I don't even understand. It has the code right in front of it. Like, it clearly just changed it for no reason. It has the code it needs already there. Like, we're refactoring, not re-architecting. Like, what the heck? Also, it is getting into weird territory with these sed commands and what is it doing? It's like adding end of files. What the heck? It's creating a fixed game.javascript. It's doing some weird stuff. I think I'm gonna have to like. Oh god.
It's losing his mind.
Now I'm losing connection and stuff. I think I'm gonna have to. Oh, I hope it didn't screw stuff up. Ah, shoot. Well, let me hit new chat, and then let me say.
Yeah, I'm getting some connection failed too.
I might need to go back and get like the prompt I used, just to be sure that it works. Okay. What prompt did I use? It was.
I think I need to install the latest version. I think that's why my shit's fucking up. Oh shit, it's updated now. It's still. Yeah, how'd you fix the connection failed?
Oh wait, you can't connect?
Giving me connection failed to my cursor.
Oh, You know, I might
Just-
still have that problem. I just hit new chat, so I haven't hit send yet. I probably do have connection failure. I bet this is an outage on the Claude side. That's my guess. This is not showing me the Git. Whatever. Let's see what happens. Connection failed. Wow, that hurts, man. It hurts when that happens.
anything, dude. What the hell?
Is GPT 01 working?
No,
Let's find out.
not for me.
What in the heck? Cursor servers are down then.
No.
Yeah, let me check cursor outage table. Cursor. I think it's like they have their own, like if you go to cursor.dev, I think it is. Nope, that's not it. They have their own like outage thing, but I'm just gonna say cursor outages. Cursor IDE outage. Yeah, the 365 reports in the last like few minutes of outage.
No.
Crap. Well,
I can't remember how to code.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible timing. All right, well, back to the old grind. Let's see.
Manual.
Okay, now we got to do it the old-fashioned way and write our code ourselves.
Old-fashioned way.
Let's see. Okay, so first problem. Oh, well, it fixed the speed, I think. Okay, so first problem is I want to invert the camera rotation. So let's see. Camera rotation should be used here. Oh, let's see. Where is this actually being used? In the game canvas? I think that would be under player controller though. Okay, so what we really need, is the player controller code that changes the camera rotation angle. Where is the camera rotation angle? All the places that camera ref is being used. Dude, I can't wait for camera state. Let's see. Update camera state with settings change. That makes sense. That's not right. Actually, I have an easier way to do this. Instead of fixing the inversion, we can just say, no, that's a really stupid hacky way to do it. I was just gonna say like the inversion is just flip it around, flip the bit. Let's say, yeah. We could literally say camera state dot current dot is horizontal inverted equals not is horizontal inverted, and that would fix the problem. But that is a horrible way to code. I'm not gonna do that. But let's just figure out where this is being used. Camera.set, camera.look@. Alright, really what we need is where is mouse 3 being used? Middle mouse down. Is middle mouse down? Input handler. That's where we would want it to go. Okay, so let's try. Now I gotta understand the code base. Let's just get rid of this window now. Let's just go straight into code. I'm gonna hit Control B. We're going in. Alright. So we want to find the camera stuff. Handle mouse wheel. Handle mouse wheel is
how do
done
you
in
do,
player controller.
How do you do the peek in VS Code? Like peek into definitions and stuff.
You mean like this or something?
No. You just like where you
I hold down control and mouse over it.
Oh.
I actually didn't know that was a thing, but when you asked for it, that like intuitively seemed like it would be how it works. So it's cool to know. I usually just like control click it to go to that file, and then I use my mouse has 2 buttons on the side. I can use them to go forward and back, so I can easily like jump forward and back between these two. That's how I do it. Alright, so update camera distance. That's not really what we wanted. What the heck? Okay, so we need mouse wheel down, or mouse 3, I believe, down. You find where that gets used. This camera state current is middle mouse down. Okay. It looks like handle mouse down is actually not doing anything. Oh, camera state.current.last mouse position .x equals client e.client x. What the heck does that mean? Okay, well, we need to figure out where last mouse position is actually being used to calculate the rotation. Oh, here it is. This is the code I wanted. Right here. Handle mouse move on player controller. So, change in x is equal to the client, that's the x position of the mouse on the screen minus the last x position of the mouse on the screen. So that gets the delta between where we were last. So every time it tries to move, it's getting like the amount of movement on the mouse from left to right and from top to bottom, and then it's using that in this calculation here. Well, actually no, it's using that in this calculation, and then it also grabs a true or false whether or not it should invert it. It stores an inversion factor, so it either multiplies it by 1 or -1. So what we can do here is camera state.current angle minus equals delta x, I think. With that one change from plus to minus, we fixed the bug, I bet. Although we might need to reload. I think we also might need to oh, you know what's throwing me off too is that we want the player to be facing wherever the camera is facing.
Yeah.
That's
We
what's
had that
confusing me.
working before.
We had all that working before, so we could just look at the code. Also, this is weird. Left, A and D both go to the right. That's so weird. Oh, and up and down both go down. Okay, well, that's probably
Can
pretty
you
easy
just
bug.
inverse one of those?
Yeah. Okay, so let's do. And it's both for W and or A and D and the arrow keys as well. So now we just need to see. How do I, oh yeah, Control I to open up this thing. I just want to see if it's still broken. Oh, it's super broken. Yeah, I bet it was us that crashed it, to be honest. That refactor was just too much. We shut down the whole power grid. Oh, wait. I'm really not sure what's going on right now. But it looks like it's working again. I think we're back.
We're back.
Alright, I'm also gonna EM2 restart. And then I'm going to open the logs back. Oh, we have 2 things logged. Don't need that then. Now I have enough information to identify the issues in the refactored code. Let me prepare the fixes. I'm thinking now that I've restarted a new chat window, it should be way better. I'm hyped to see where this goes. I love game dev and I love RuneScape. Thank you, mister. I 100,000% agree. I love game dev and I love RuneScape, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm pretty hype as well. Once we can get this back to where we had it, I mean, it's crazy. I feel like we're on a treadmill just trying to get it back to our... It's crazy because we basically got to that point within the first 90 minutes of starting this project, and ever since then I've been constantly trying to get back to that point. So it feels like I'm not moving.
I know. Been there.
I have faith though that this is gonna work. That once we fix this once, we will be good to go. Oh man. If not, I'm gonna be heartbroken. What the heck? Why does it need to create ts.fix files? Just why is it like having a version now to just editing the files directly? I don't know what's going on with that. What the heck? Terminal commands to modify the file? Why? Why is it doing this? I'm just gonna stop it. I'm gonna say, please edit the file directly. I might need to close and reopen cursor. I bet you that's what happened here. Let me try that. I bet you when it lost connection to their servers, it started to go like disconnect internally from the chat context. I'm not sure what I'm saying right now, but let's see if I can rejoin. I guess Cursor's still having problems with their servers. Oh man, they're getting even more reports now. Back to the old grind, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I was missing freaking there's like an extension for C# that I've been missing in Cursor the whole time that's got like all the quality of life features. Like the stuff I'm used to in actual Visual Studio. Like
Gotcha.
you know, right click on stuff and like go to the
Yeah.
implementation. Yeah.
Like
I'm like,
IntelliSense
oh.
and stuff, was that working?
I had a theme on that was like a basic ass theme. I had to do dark plus, and now it's got color coded stuff. Cool. So. Yeah, much better. Now I can like hover over classes and do their definitions and all that. Okay.
What the heck? It has like backup classes now. Just gonna delete those, whatever. And then I'm gonna made a weird file. What is this? What the heck? Where'd that even go? Oh, it's here. That was going crazy. Alright, let's see what we got now. I'm just gonna make a commit called I don't even know. Shoot. Meant to do that from this user. Oh no. And then I meant to do this from this directory. Okay, we've pushed. Now we should be synced, and now we can do some crazy stuff. Let's say, let's go back in here and see if we can somehow resend this. Wait, what did that say? Looks like it's gonna try to connect now. No, no, no. I don't like that. Alright, I'm just gonna completely just... Let's just do it one at a time. God, man. Why does nothing want to work for me? Why is it crashing right? Like, why is... why is cursor down right now? It's so annoying. Anyway,
Well,
I do know how to... I do know how to code, I just... didn't want to, you know? Just not feeling it. Terminal. Let's just try a completely new chat. I'm gonna paste this thing in. I'm not even gonna worry about all these
small
for
thing,
now.
you can just like go throw it into ChatGPT or something. Go back to like before we had.
Oh yeah,
AI, right?
before we had agent mode. It's like before we had cell phones. Like I don't even know how to live anymore without it.
How do I send you a message without a phone?
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Let me try this first. I'll just directly reference the refactor. I'll say this one. See if it connects. If it doesn't, then we'll figure it out by comparing the changes we made with the existing code, and then I'll fix it. It says it's generating, but is it really? It might be doing some stuff with the commit. I think this was a pretty big commit. That might make the context too big. Could be causing issues. See if I can get it to talk to me. Nope. Oh, it's currently indexing the code base? I wonder if that's why I was having issues. All right. I actually don't know if it's actually indexing anything right now. But I don't want to screw it up if it is. You know?
Yeah.
Kind of weird. I keep having that problem where it's like, doesn't give me enough indication of whether or not it's actually working or if it's just stuck forever. I think it might make sense just to delete the index and redo it. Try that. I don't. Oh, there we go. Compute index. Well, at least now it's giving me a progress bar, I guess. Why does it show the file that it's on at current moment? That's interesting. So it's just computing the embeddings for all these different files. I think this is relying on their backend to send over the chunks that then get the embeddings get calculated on that side, so it's probably just gonna get stuck forever since they're having an outage.
Oh.
So now I don't even have an index. Whoops. Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
I know. We're like right in the middle of this. Kind of leaves us hanging.
Alright. I'm sure that, I mean, they're probably, oh, the reports are going down. That's a good sign. I think they're going down. Yeah, 500 reports most recently reported. So technically, I think they are in the process of fixing it. In the next probably 15 minutes, I'd say it's probably going to be fixed. I'm sure they're working on it right now. So I think it's intermittently connecting now, based on the motion that's happening on the syncing side. What I'm gonna do is probably close cursor one more time. Come on. Give me some... Throw me some slack here. Come on, guys. Somebody said even their website is down. The code isn't going to write itself. The comments on these are so funny. Please, cursor, come back. I need make much money.
Well, it's not just us, so. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, let's go back to the old-fashioned way. Because I still want to make some progress on this. So... Oh yeah, Control I should hide it, right? Yes, it does. I'll just refresh this periodically. See if it's gone down. But for now, the position should be changed now. I did change this right here to say minus equals. Oh, this is horizontal, so yeah, that's the one we want. So now if we go to the terminal, just make sure this actually applies. First, let me change to this PM2 user. Then I'm going to say PM2 restart all. I'm going to say PM2 status. Alright, my website's not down. Just cursor. So if we connect back to this, does the camera actually invert? That is the question. You're right though, we could totally do that. We can just say, hey, here's this, let me go to Gemini or something. I'll just say okay. So now we can go get the old file from here. And we can say, let's see, we were looking at the components game player controller. So let's go to the history for this one. Oh. It was all in part of game canvas before, so we need to actually go to the history of game canvas. So let's just go to game canvas. Let's go directly to game canvas actually. View code at this point, there we are. Copy raw file. This should be 1400 lines, yes. So now Gemini is going to figure it out for us. Oh wow, it's got a lot of thinking going on. Bunch of hypotheses. Okay. It's still doing a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh, here we go. Forward, old code, forward applied movement opposite to camera forward vector component. So it was minus equal math.sine, minus equal math.cosine. So those get the y and x values from the camera, vector of the camera. And then S applied movement along the camera's forward vector.
Dude, everyone tweeting about writing code manually.
Oh, you're seeing on an X right now. Everyone's like
Cursor
freaking out.
down, back to writing organic farm raised non-GMO code by hand. The way our ancestors used to.
I'm still using Gemini to help me debug. It's
Yeah.
way easier. I mean,
There's no going back now.
yeah, it's hard for me to want to like do the old debugging process when I have these tools. Like it's probably how I imagine people that like coded with punch cards felt once they got their hands on I don't know, like a fucking, I don't know, Apple computer or something.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm never
GCC
going
compiler.
back. Yeah, exactly. I'm never going back to punch cards. Oh yeah, this looks like it makes sense. So if move backward, we just need to flip that. So let me just go in here and find if move backward. Where is that then? Player controller dot update. Update player movement. There we are. Oh man. Yeah, here it is. Inverted. Just added back our comments and then confused itself, it seems. So I think this one needs to be plus. This one needs to be plus. And then that should fix our problem. I'm not gonna let cursor being down stop me from making progress, you know what I mean?
I know. No, you
I'm,
can't. No
still
excuses.
going strong. Alright, so let's see if we fix that bug. Okay, so our movement direction's inversed though. If that's the case, then I know how to fix that. It's pretty easy. I just need to flip the sign between them. That's super easy. Wait, did I just connect and then refresh? Was it disconnected or something? I don't know what I'm doing. Why does it not load? We need to just have something like building it and then just every 5 minutes or so it like restarts with the production. It redeploys to production the changes that we made. I think that would probably be a better setup here. That way we don't have to like. Okay. So first of all, I think I fixed the camera rotation problem. And I technically fixed the movement problem, but it's still inverted. Like I want it
Okay.
left. I actually can't tell which direction the character's facing. Oh, it goes in the
Yeah.
direction of the camera. Look. So now it goes in the direction of the camera's forward vector. But yeah, the movement needs to be flipped because it's going toward the camera. When I hit A. Or sorry, when I hit W, it goes towards the camera. When I hit S, it goes away from the camera. So, to fix that,
Gotcha.
all we gotta do is change this around. And then probably, let's see. Yeah, same thing I think with this one. That makes sense because it literally had a comment that said inverted, inverted, like it tried to invert it twice because it saw that comment. So it was 2 negatives. Alright, that fixed it. Okay, we're solving bugs in real time. Alright, so
By hand.
by hand the
Watch.
old-fashioned way. Alright, no, we're technically cheating pretty hardcore. Okay, this would be a hard thing to do by hand, I think. How do we make it so that the player's model is rotated toward the vector away from I guess the forward vector of the camera? I guess we know how to do that. So we would go to I don't think that should be in player controller though. I think that's actually a rendering thing. Right?
Yeah, you could always check GitHub and look at the code we had that was working.
That's true. Let's just check GitHub real quick. So the original code we had, update player, I just spun straight to it, that's crazy. I literally just sniped it. Update player rotation to face movement direction. So this was inside of update remote player positions. Oh, this might actually be... Is this our player or other players? That's a good question. Let me check this method and see how it works. Add a function for updating remote player positions with interpolation. Oh yeah, like for each player. What about for us? I'm just gonna control F rotation. I guess that probably applies to our rotation as well.
Mm.
Maybe what line is this? Handle mouse up. Update movement direction for player orientation. That might be it. Why is this under handle mouse up though? What? That doesn't really make sense actually. Oh. Wait, no. That doesn't make sense. Alright, I'm gonna keep going. You know, it's probably the exact same code that we saw up earlier, so I guess it's this right here. Yeah. If player's moving, update the mesh position. Oh, it's update player movement. For some reason it tricked me. Because it was showing me this method way down here as the current method. Okay. Okay. Now that we've got that going, we'll be able to see. Move X, move Y, R. Movement direction relative to camera angle. Damn, this trigonometry is not mathing with me right now.
Mm.
Math.atan2, the arctangent of the move X and move Z vectors. Okay, so let's take that. Let's give it to Gemini. Yeah, I don't know if it should go in here or in the new player dot position. I think there should be like a player dot rotation. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's put it here then. Alright, we're doing things. We're doing a workaround. I think cursor should be back, like, any minute now, right? Seems like a pretty severe outage, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, they gotta be working pretty quickly to get it back and running. Especially with all those cursor max requests they're missing out on.
True. Yeah, they could be getting $100 from me right now. My cursor max request. It's only 291 lines, so I think Gemini should be able to just give me the entire file. we'll see. We can check if it cheated and said, here's where your code would go. We'll be able to detect that pretty easily, so no problem. Looks like it's done. So 291 lines of code, 344. That's a good sign. Let's see if it screwed anything up. I don't see any errors or anything. Okay, let's just restart everything just to be safe. So it is technically still hot reloading. Okay, it looks like movement speed is quite off. It's really slow. So let's change that by a factor. Just make this like 0.2. Probably gonna have to mess with a lot of these. It's moving a lot faster, but it's also not moving very quickly. Oh, the rotation stuff works now. It's working. Wow. Okay. We fixed that bug. Let's just try changing this a lot. It's so slow. It's still so slow. So where is this being used? Well, now this, I think, needs to be swapped. Camera state that angle. Yeah, there we go. That fixes it. Okay. So we fixed a few issues already. Now we will just need to... what's the next thing we want to fix? Does chat still work? Looks like chat's broken. Still super slow. Well, not in there, in here. Still slow. Try that again. Is this speed actually being used? I mean, I know it is because it got faster last time.
Yeah, I'm GitHub co-piloting it right now.
Are you co-piloting it?
Forgot.
It's
I
probably,
forgot. They actually have like where you can make it add make changes. They don't have agent mode though.
oh, there we go. That's the speed I wanted. Oh shoot. What the heck's going on? Okay. I mean, it's a good sign that I can at least see another player in here with me, so there's like something going on somewhere. Dang, they're still having issues. It's insane. It's a pretty severe outage, to be honest.
Yeah.
How do we add players to the world? How are we adding players to the world? That's a good question. Probably the animation controller. Just players ref. Update other players' positions. I guess I meant to ask, how were we updating other players' rotations and positions before the refactor? But I guess that's also, both of those are relevant. We need to fix both of those. Total players 2. We just need to debug how it's actually sending. I lost context of this. Okay, so it's the animation controller, I think, that needs to be updated. Okay, how many lines? It's 136, and then if we replace this, now it's 216. And we have one error. Looks like. Socket controller dot send player update. Let's see, what should we be calling it? Looks like the socket controller is missing send player position, and then there's okay. This just takes in a position and a force boolean. So we need to send XYZ position and rotation and Y rotation. So we just need to extend this socket controller to support messages with a Y rotation. So inside of the, I should have been viewing this full screen. I don't know why I was forcing myself to look at that tiny little window. I always do that. Okay. Send player position. So we have a boolean that defaults to false, called force. After position, we can just say rotation Y, and that can be should that be a number? It's suggesting a number, but I don't know if that makes any sense. Oh, I guess it is a number. All right, we'll comment that out. I think it makes more sense, instead of creating a new 3.vector3, can't we just say player.position instead of vector3? Wait, do we have multiple of these client to server events? Maybe there's a back end and a front end version of this file. No, these are both front end. This is game network socket events. This is game network socket. Oh, that's just the console log. What the hell? Oh, here's where we update the position of the player mesh actually. This is super complicated. Okay. I think that should fix it. Probably created a lot of problems up here, yeah. Oh shit. Just all the linter errors are getting mad at me now. Just use the player object for those. Okay. Now let's try terminal. Aim to restart all. Check to make sure that still works. Okay. That's a good sign. Okay, the question is, player positions are not being broadcast properly, or somewhere we're missing something. Well, the reports are going down slowly but surely. Oh, you know what? The name labels aren't working. That's a kind of a sign of something going wrong here. Player moved to position. Whoa, what the heck? Oh, now that works. But, so the labels are there now. Ish. But think I'm gonna wait like 15. I'm gonna take a 15-minute break and see if the servers are back online by then. I think it'll be a good time to take a break anyway, so I'll be back
Yeah.
shortly.
Alright.
I'm back. Hey John, are you there?
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna actually sign off for the night.
me too. Cursor just came back.
I know. Crazy
I'm
timing.
like, I'm tired. I really don't
Yeah,
want
I'm at the point where I think
to.
it'd be better to just go to bed and start
Yeah.
back up tomorrow. So yeah, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. I think hopefully
Okay.
I can get some good rest and make some good progress. I'm
Alright,
confident that
man.
we'll be able to do it. No,
Yeah.
we have all the code that works in the before we did the refactor, so we can just copy that over.
Yeah. No, we should I think
Let me.
once we got it settled, like maybe like we can make like a cursor rules file or something that says
Yeah.
like this is how shit works. Like don't go messing with stuff that already works and all that. But
Yeah. Fair enough.
yeah.
Yeah, we should do that. Alright, I'll go ahead and commit what I have right now so we have it. And then I will log off.
Sounds good. Alright, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Alright, later man. Thanks for helping out. Or thanks for bearing with me. Sorry about that.
No worries. Alright, see ya.
Take care. Alright. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'll be back to streaming this weekend, probably tomorrow night, and tomorrow evening. I will be back to streaming, and then Saturday and Sunday as well. I will try to be streaming as much as I can and see how much we can get done before the game jam is over. I'm very optimistic that we should be able to add a ton of systems now that we've got all this stuff pretty much. The refactor is completely done, so we should be able to just make some swift progress going forward. So yeah, tune in tomorrow and this weekend for more. Alright, take care everybody.